Alright, everybody. Good morning. So I've made a test league here, non-keepers, so we won't be using the tree, since we're not going to really have that 3.28 unless we spec into it when we're mapping. You have to excuse me today if my voice is a little out of it. I probably won't be speaking as much. I'm getting over a really bad respiratory infection. But I didn't want to not do what I do every league, which is I like to play a SSF league start test of the build. That way when I do my build update video, I can kind of showcase what the build looks like with limited gear as a league starter, and then showcase my, current league character that has, all the bells and whistles and can do like, the hardest content. So I'm gonna push through the end of this this sickness and try to get this character online for you guys. So yeah, leveling might be a little bit slower today. Like I said, I'm a little under the weather still, but we're gonna get it done. Call this Sanavi Mirage. Updated POB is in the description of the video on YouTube and command in Twitch. Let me make sure my filters are set for this. Strict. Okay.
Even the dead rise to challenge you here.
Actually pretty happy to be playing PoE after a little break here. It's always good to come back.
My spirit is spent. It's nice not to be dead.
One of the first things I like to look for is a 3 red link. We're going to need this for Sunder at the end of the act. I try not to do it on a weapon. So we have a chest here. I don't have a transmute, unfortunately. This would actually be perfect.
Stay sharp.
I do like to level Spectral Throw. You don't have to level Spectral Throw, I just find that it's really nice. Tried it for SSF this week. Very smooth and fun. What's up, Incarnation? Yeah, it's a pretty smooth league starter, even on SSF. That's one of the things. That's why I do this every league. I do one of these tests before they do their announcement video, so that as long as the build is good to go, I can showcase in my update video. You know, hey, you don't need like any crazy gear. You can pretty much do this full SSF. Get your void stones. Might actually kill her. Maybe we get something good here. If I don't die. There we go. It's very weird not having the Keeper's quest there. I've gotten so used to seeing that. It's going to be a little unfortunate playing SSF without the tree. It made it so good in 3.27. Just going to have to remember what it was like before the good old days. Or remember the good old days, I guess. If I don't die here. I don't know how I didn't die there. Okay. This is crazy bananas. Yikes. Yep. still has that chest. I think we want to sell unID'd for transmute shards. Yeah, I messed that up.
Couldn't ask for a better training ground than Rake last.
It's also going to be a little weird without keepers because we're going to essentially not be out leveling as much.
My spirit is spent.
Oh, snap. I have one portal scroll. I'm gonna go back to town. Hopefully that chest is still there because it just solves our 3 red link for end of this act. For now. Of course it reset. Alright. That's fine.
Stay sharp.
God hasn't abandoned us.
My spirit is spent.
But I'll make sure to save one Orbu Transmute for the end of Act 1, because we're going to need that for Sunder. Taking a little bit of time to kill mobs here. I do like to kind of be slightly over-leveled. It's just how I prefer to do things, but... I hate these goat guys so much. Terrifying. Ooh, that's a nice ring. Absolutely terrifying. What is that nonsense there, dude?
It's to be a cage fight then. I can live with that. There's a fine line. Stay sharp.
Goodbye.
Do I have a 3-link yet? Maybe 2 green and a red.
Stay sharp out there. spent.
Belief is the strongest metal of them all.
What's a flax?
I can't do this with you.
What up, Matt? How's it going? Come back.
I recognize that pretty face. Grand Arena.
I'm pretty sick right now, Matt. Yeah, I had a respiratory infection this week. Was on antibiotics. It's been a rough week. For sure. I wanted to start yesterday, but my voice was like even worse yesterday. So I was like, I'll give it one more day before I stream. I didn't want to put off doing this SSF test. I do this every league before they do the announcement video. That way, as long as the build is good, I have I can show off a fresh character to everybody.
My spirit is spent.
Let me embrace you.
Skill build beats size every time.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yeah, it was pretty. This was a pretty rough run. I've only been sick like this once or twice with a respiratory problem in my whole life. Got a lot of people at work sick too. Like, a lot of people were sick this past week and were out. It was pretty bad. Whatever is going around locally here. Alright, we need 3 red. Can we be so lucky? Recovering from a flu too. Yeah. I'm pretty pumped, Mystic. What's up? Yeah, I'm getting ready. Doing my typical SSF playthrough. Make sure the build still looks and feels good.
Farewell.
Usually does.
Be well.
Alright. Yeah, I'm pretty excited. I'm expecting a pretty big announcement with Mirage, considering it's been so long. Give me 1 second, guys. About that, I had a delivery. Actually ordered some more medicine. Yeah, so there's some new stuff in the build. I can tend to talk about it a little bit. So some changes from 3.27 is we're going to level pretty much the same. Swap to Cyclone and General's Cry in Act 3. And you're going to run that with Shockwave. You're going to run Shockwave pretty much all the way through the campaign. I did add Fortify and Infuse Channeling into the Link setup while you level, just to make you really tanky. It feels really good. Once we get to maps, we're actually going to drop Shockwave. Having played this for like 2 years now, Shockwave starts to really scale off once you get like a 6-link going with General's Cry. And we get good clear from our General's Cry with Ground Slam that we really don't need Shockwave, and we just get better damage support with other gems. So we actually just drop Shockwave sometime once we're in maps. Like around your 5-6 link, you're going to drop Shockwave when you're like in, you know, end of white maps going into yellow maps, probably somewhere around there. And run with something like this. We've also incorporated Purity of Elements into the build. So instead of using Storm Shroud with 2 Abyss Jewels, we're actually going to run Purity of Elements to get our Elemental Ailment Immunity. So that's just going to make the build a lot cheaper. You don't have to worry about a Storm Shroud now. So if you look at the level 90 loadout, the only uniques are the Stampede, which is like 1 Divine, a Rumi's Concoction, which is going to be pretty cheap. And then we get our double curse now from a replica Witchfire. So we get our vulnerability from this. So now you get your curse support from a flask, as opposed to having to run a gem setup for that. So you can see like the level 90 loadout is even cheaper than it was before. And we get Elemental Ailment Immunity. And then for your staff, you're just going to do like a multi-mod. You're going to get like a T3 decent fizz base, and then you're just gonna craft on the additional stuff. So this should be pretty realistic without the tree for most players to get like a decent map. You know, this should be pretty realistic for most players to craft. And this will push you through like T16s and T16.5s. You can see on the level 96 loadout, the only additional thing really is a Lethal Pride. And the Lethal Pride is a really generic one. It's not like a really expensive one, right? All the bonuses are just like increased melee damage and fizz damage. It's not like crit multi and stuff like that. So this should be relatively cheap for Lethal Pride. So basically the build is a lot cheaper in the 90 to 95 range, and you still get like about 15 million damage, which is more than you need to blast T16s and 16.5s. We also dropped Abyssus, so we have better fizz damage mitigation. So those are pretty much the big changes to the build that most people will experience. For the very high end game, we no longer run General's Cry. We go all in on Cyclone, and we scale our impale damage. So we run a 6-link aura setup over General's Cry with Cyclone and some pretty respecs to the tree. And it's just pure Cyclone damage in the late end game. And I'll have this in my build video, but like I was doing, T17's 100% Delirious with this setup. So it's pretty strong, pretty tanky. We still take advantage of the block from Gladiator. And we no longer use like a Mage Blood on the in-game setup, so it's a lot cheaper in that regard. So that's pretty much the big changes to the build. Yeah, I like the purity of elements change too, and I feel like that's going to be a lot easier for people that also want to play it on SSF, right, than trying to get a Storm Shroud. And actually something I'll probably do today is I'll probably be running Purity of Elements during the campaign. You get enough damage from, I don't know why I came here. You get enough damage from Cyclone and General's Cry during the campaign that I can probably not even run Pride and just do a Purity of Elements.
Still alive. Stay sharp out there.
Alright, here we go. That's terrifying. I feel like the juice is not worth this squeeze here, but
My fans in Orient will barely recognize it.
so the trick to doing SSF isn't necessarily the ground loop, Benny, it's crafting. So SSF is all about crafting gear, especially pre-tree. So it's going to be using like Harvest to get a decent staff going when I get into maps. And then usually what I do on SSF is I vendor raw. I usually do raw, a combination of raw, Harvest crafting, and some gambling to get a staff good enough to just do my Void Stones. After that, if you're trying to craft a staff in SSF, you're going to have to do the painful thing of like farming essences. or the more realistic thing to do is you farm up a ton of alterations and you recombinate for your base. And it's just a grind on SSF. Yeah, it's a lot of crafting, Benny, with Harvest. So, like, you know, it'll be like rolling life juice on Harvest stuff for like fizz weapons, and you know, rolling like the purple juice for just life and whatever on bases that you need. I'm curious to see what they're going to address in the announcement about ground loot, because I know like a lot of people were unhappy about that, and I'm planning on playing trade this time. I don't see myself doing SSF. The only reason I really enjoyed SSF this past league, and I got lucky because I didn't have the knowledge going into it, was how good Tree was. Especially for getting 6 links. And I don't see myself playing SSF without Tree. Without a guaranteed way of getting 6 links very easily outside of Beast, I just really don't want to do SSF. I think the grind to get a 6 link is stupid. So I'll probably just play trade this time. Plus I can scale the build a lot quicker and show people the end game a lot better. So this is something I'm going to be doing in my crafting videos over the next week or two before the league starts. We actually don't want to use a fractured base for crafting anymore. When you're making your weapon, you actually want to use recombination to get your T1 prefixes. It's more cost effective. And then you finish the craft from there by doing the typical stuff for the suffixes. So yeah, you save a lot of money if you recombinate for the T1 prefixes. The expensive part is like if you want to use like 30% quality bases or stuff for your weapon, you have to buy those. Those will be expensive, and then you're rolling those as you recombinate a bunch of items. But with the recombinator in the game now, yeah, basically it's a little confusing, but you basically recombinate magic weapons till you get 2 decent magic weapons that have... Your weapon A would have like Fizz Hybrid and, you know, like increased Fizz, and weapon B would have Fizz Hybrid and like adds flat Fizz, and the idea is you combine those two together and you get a rare weapon that has ideally the 3 prefixes on there, all T1. So the grind is you're recombinating a lot of magic weapons to get the T1. You're rolling alterations on a lot of items to get the T1 prefixes on magic items, and then you're recombinating those together until you get the right base with your prefixes, is essentially how it works. And you typically want your magic weapons to have one of the same prefixes that's the lowest weighted, which would be the Fizz Hybrid. So it has a higher chance of rolling that with the other 2. And then once you have that, the craft is pretty much the same. You do like Harvest, Reforge Speed for the attack speed. And then if you want, you can Shape or Slam it for... Or you can do the, the Veiled Orb for Veil Chance. Yeah, sometime in the next week, my hope is to get at least 2 or 3 crafting videos on my website. One for the staff that you'll make when you get into maps, and the chest, and probably the curse ring. And then I will try to get a video up for like crafting the very expensive in-game weapon prior to league start. That's typically why I like SSF too. You don't have to worry about the economy, and it's just you basically playing the game at your own pace. The only thing I don't like about it is like your options for getting 6 links are so limited in regular SSF. It's like you have to do Beastcraft and get a Black Morgan. And that's just dumb. The tree made it so that, like, I don't know, like if you can play trade and get a 6 link on day 1, because there's, even pre-tree you can get it to 6 link on day 1 or 2 because they're so cheap. I just don't like how much of a grind it is in SSF in comparison. Yeah, recombination is just super strong. Yeah, I wanted to do the crafting videos about a week ago, and then I got this respiratory infection, and I've been pretty ill. I had to take the week off work. Actually did a Black Morgan on my minor run, but the tree had already given me 6 great body armors. Yeah.
Still alive, are we?
How many all transmutes do I have? I have a few. Alright. We're gonna go ahead and get the weapon. And we're gonna try to get a 3 red link. This will be fine for now. I think the tree is going to get pretty significantly nerfed, in my opinion. I just don't see the tree being that good. The thing that made the tree really good, right, was how much it pushed you through the early game. But you're not going to have access to the tree until you're in, like, yellow or red maps, right? Because you're going to have to invest into your atlas for it. And at that point, you don't really, like, when you're doing red maps, you've already got your rare gear pretty much figured out as a weak start, you know what I mean? So at that point, you're just using the tree to maybe get, like, a good fractured base or YOLO for uniques. Like, what made the tree really good was getting you gear through the campaign and getting you gear when you were first starting out maps. The tree is not going to solve those problems anymore. So the tree to me is just dead now. Like, unless you're fishing for just YOLO uniques or like a good fractured base, like, why would you use the tree? There's going to be far better ways of farming currency with the Atlas, so I think the tree is dead, in my opinion. What made the tree valuable, you don't have access to anymore in the game. So, the tree is dead. Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, you can sell fractured wands late game and stuff like that. I could see that, but most players didn't do that, right? Most players used it for gearing during the campaign and for maps. And I could see a world in which maybe you do one Atlas grind for early maps, and then you set up like a tree for maybe farming stuff like you're talking about later on for just bases and things like that.
Farewell.
GGG doesn't typically keep stuff in the game nearly as powerful as what it was during the league. So even if the tree is something you can spec into later in the game, like with your Atlas, I would be highly skeptical if it's going to even print good bases the way it did this league. It is not typical of GGG to keep stuff in the game as powerful as what it was during its league. I would expect the tree to be nerfed in pretty significant ways. Yeah, if you save up for like a 50 mil shipment, but how long does it take to save up for a 50 mil shipment to get mirror shards? I'm not saying it's not powerful, I'm just saying that like King's March in its prime was way more powerful than it is right now, you know what I mean? Like the enchants, like during Settlers League, the enchants that you could get on your weapon from the Forge, that was the power of King's March, right? That shit was crazy. It's still good. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm saying it's not as good as it was during Settlers. It'll be the same for the Keepers. I'm not saying it'll be bad. I'm saying it's not going to be as good. Whatever that looks like, we'll find out, but... Oh, I've never seen a shipment that low give me a mirror shard. But, yeah, I'm not saying it's going to be bad. I'm saying it's not going to be as good. Like, I don't think there's an argument that can be made that Keepers, or I'm sorry, Settlers right now is as good or better as it was during Settlers League, right? It's good. It's not as good. It'll be the same with Keepers. It'll be good. It just won't be this good. The question is, what does that look like? Like... it's just not going to be as good. You know, you can't... I don't think anyone can list off to me a league mechanic that was as powerful as broken during its league as it is in its iteration later on. It's just not how they designed this game. Settlers in its prime was completely broken compared to Settlers as it is right now. You could run you could run ships far more frequently, get better stuff from them. The enchants from the Forge were insanely broken. Things I will do for 3 red link. Yeah, like I said, I'm not saying Keepers is bad. I'm saying it's not as good. Or I'm sorry, I'm not saying Settlers is bad. I'm saying Settlers is not as good as it was in its prime. Still a good way to make money, don't get me wrong. It's just not as good. You know what I'm hoping for the new breach is they'll let you choose the type of breaches on the Atlas that will spawn. So, like, instead of there being like the ones that you have to defend or whatever, like you can spec into breaches that spawn that are like, you know, the ones that always expand, like old breach. Like if they give you the options on the Atlas tree to specify the type of breaches you're more likely to encounter, that would be cool. So you get less of the defend breaches and more of like, you just run in, pop them, they explode open. Old school breach style. Yeah, I expect the same, John. Like, you'll be able to kind of choose the type of breaches you'll more often see. My hope is that if you fully invest in breach, it'll be good. Like, you can still print fractured bases, you can still do certain stuff. You'll just have to go all into it, and you'll still have to do like the high fortresses, like Benny's saying, to get a lot of graft blood. I think having to invest fully into an Atlas tree for it is fine for the payoff. I'm mostly just killing time to see if I can get a 3 red link, because I really want to go Sunder before I get to Act 2.
Greetings.
I can't even get like a 3 link in general.
Stay sharp out there.
I think I might just have to swap over to two-hander now. Something like this for now.
Hello. Farewell.
I would have already gotten movement speed boots and a 4 link at that point. Yeah, right.
I can't do this just yet.
Yeah, it is what it is. I guess it's just kind of how these things happen, huh? Probably should be running a precision. My hit chance is probably awful right now. That's nice. It is a 3-link chest. I do have like, what, 1 chrome? Maybe I get lucky and turn that into 3 red. It is possible. However unlikely. I never played D2. Never lucky.
Hello. Be well.
Well, I have tried D2 like twice, but I've never like actually completed a campaign. It was a little bit before I got into action RPGs. I just have too many games to play right now, so like, I've talked about this before, but I have just enough time to play PoE 1 and like a few other games on the side. So I typically don't play a lot of other action RPGs because I just don't have the time for them, because I like to play other stuff outside of just action RPGs. I've actually been playing TBC Classic with some friends. So I've been doing that off stream. I leveled up a Resto Shaman and getting ready to do like Kara and stuff like that. You got a lot of time on your hands, yeah. Yeah, I've got about 25 years, 30 years till I retire, so. I am not quite there yet. It's if I don't die from like this respiratory shit I got this week. I was crazy sick. And then part of the problem too is like, because I want to give you guys the best Cyclone build I can, I have to put a lot of time into content like this prior to a League launch, right? So I have to level SSF character, get my Void Stones, I have to try to knock out those crafting videos at some point, and then I have to have a build update video ready after their announcement video as long as the build doesn't get destroyed. So there's like a lot of prep I have to do this week just for this build before like the League even launches, just so that you guys have the best stuff available to look at. And I have to do that around work and almost dying from a respiratory infection. That kind of sucks. Like, thankfully I love this build, I love playing this game, but mostly sucks being sick, but that's, everyone feels that way when they're sick.
My spirit's a space.
We use last League start guide for practice run. Yeah. I mean, I have the updated POB in the YouTube description of this live stream, and you can use that too. That's what I'm playing this weekend. The most up-to-date version of it. It's going to be a lot easier too as an SSF test run if you want to try that. Because we're not using Storm Shroud anymore, we're using Pure Developments for Elemental Ailment Immunity. I'm really happy the work that my buddy Chris put into the build this League, all of his great help, because I think we've come up with a far cheaper and effective T16 and T16.5 mapper version of the build as a League starter. And the in-game version's a lot nicer too.
We stand at death's door. Ladies first, fair mermaid.
Depending on what they do with Cyclone, I don't see a world in which they nerf Cyclone. It's just not popular as a actual skill. When you look at like the meta, right? It's just not a thing. But it'd be crazy if they buff it again for the third time in a row. But yeah, I think the build's in the best point it's going to be going into 3.28, and then if they like buff Cyclone again, it's just going to be even better. So I don't necessarily see Cyclone getting another buff again, but enough players still don't play it, so, you know, it seems to me like after 2 leagues of them buffing it, they're kind of trying to get people to want to try it out as a skill. And when you look at the numbers for 3.27, people didn't really play Cyclone like a lot, you know, like they used it still to trigger like Frost and other stuff. So as like an actual in-game standalone skill, it's not like, you know, super competitive with other stuff. So I could see them buffing it again slightly. It's just better, Benny. And we don't need the GC at that point. It allows us to run more auras like Purity for quality of life, and you know, when you have like, you know, when you have like around 200 million damage, like you're able to do everything in the game. Yeah, it's not like 500 million damage or you know, billion damage or whatever, but with this setup you're going to be able to do everything in the game easily. You get more auras, and it's a truer version of Cyclone. Cyclone in its purest form. GC is the reason why I put General's Cry in the build, and I did this in 3.26, is because Cyclone needs help early on. It needs something to help it, right? So when we're leveling, we use Shockwave to help with the damage. We use General's Cry because Cyclone as a standalone skill without Shockwave and without General's Cry is not going to feel good early on. We have to amplify it with other damage. Once we get to like level 90, 96, we don't need Shockwave anymore because our General's Cry is giving us so much additional damage. And then once we get to like this kind of a setup right here, we don't even need General's Cry anymore because now we're fully able to pump the Cyclone damage up high enough to be viable. But like early on, you gotta augment Cyclone with something just to make it feel good. As they continue to buff the gem every league, that's becoming less and less important, right? Like in 3.26, I would have had to keep Shockwave all the way through because it hadn't received all those buffs. But as they continue to improve the gem, Shockwave isn't as good now in the 90s as it was in 3.26. It's not as necessary.
What do you want? Hello.
The other problem you have with General's Cry is in boss fights, bosses have a tendency to move around a lot, right? So then you have to stop, drop your Desecrate Cry twice, or I'm sorry, your Desecrate twice, and you know, so your General's Cries will spawn. So when you're using General's Cry with Cyclone, it's good, don't get me wrong, that's why I added it to the build, but you have to stop doing damage for X amount of time to drop your Desecrates to get your clones to spawn, right? Once we get the damage of Cyclone high enough, we literally can just spin and stay spinning on the boss and Frostblink back on them. It's less downtime and more damage uptime. Yeah, you don't have to worry about that on the final version of the build now. The benefit you get from it is good early on, so we obviously deal with it, right? But it's not necessary anymore. And I wouldn't be surprised once again if they buff. I wouldn't be surprised once again if they buff Cyclone again, slightly. Because when you look at the amount of people that actually played Cyclone as a skill in endgame, it's not that much. Like pure Cyclone and not using it as a cast on trigger or some shit. Not a lot of people play it.
My spirit is spent.
It kind of makes me feel like after 2 leagues of them buffing the gem, they kind of are trying to get people interested in playing it. Sip MG. Holy moly. I should just look for 2 red, because Sunder with 2 red is still going to be way better than Spectral Throw right now. Yeah, you can use whatever skill you want for Act 1. If you do the filter command, Tuna, in chat, it'll take you to my Google Drive, which has the loot filters. Can I get 2 red right now? Ooh. That was painful. Alright, there we go. Options. Yeah, and I can do like faster attacks with Sunder setup, and then I'll feel pretty good. Alright.
Shine boldly, so that all may find you with
Hello. Return if you must. Can't do this just yet.
I need to grab a precision too. Do that at next waypoint. My hit chance is pretty terrible. That's another change that we've made to the build, is we are no longer swapping to Resolute technique. We stay hit cap the entire campaign. What's up, Viffy? Yeah, we are practicing for 3.28. I am running a solo self-found private league with no keepers, so no tree, no graphs.
Travel. A pity your mind wasn't as swift as your blade, regret. I have. What?
I'm gonna go pick up a precision. Also gonna go take some medicine real quick, guys. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back, guys. Have you tried Cyclone of Tumult and Windburst for your elemental build? I have not.
While we live.
Thanks for stopping by, Benny. See you on the 26th. The big announcement.
Place of soiled dreams. Tread carefully here. My spirits are spent.
I'm refusing.
There is a fine line between consideration and hesitation. The former is wisdom, the latter is fear.
Going.
Yes? Goodbye.
Hello. Travel far.
Ready, exile! one is captured, I will take it.
I believe I could give the great dresser a run for his money now.
That was a great.
Actually completed my Einhar when I'm supposed to. Very proud of myself, I never do that.
Well fought, Oak. A shame we have only the trees for ordnance.
We'll be spinning in about another act soon. Pretty soon. Hey, sometimes you have to take time off for real life, you know? There's been a lot of times I haven't been able to play in the last few years because of work or various other issues. Always prioritize the important things first. And if you can game and have fun, for sure. I complain about life and Jonathan, yeah. Well, it looks like they've removed Jonathan from 2v1. They got Crip going in now, so there you go.
Travel far.
The spirit
Human. Speak. Big shot. makes perfect.
Are refusing.
Hey, thanks Shane for the follow. Much appreciated.
duel like no other. I think I'm starting to like this rank last.
Need something? Be careful.
Good luck.
Modern.
Allow your wisdom to be tempered by the flames of the past.
That somber expression doesn't become those fetching features at all. Cheer up and dance with me. Don't be shy, duelist. Touch me. Oh, please. Harder than that. Enough of this.
We want to start looking out for staff, so we're going to make our swap to Cyclone by the end of this act. Got Pride.
General, why are you still standing there?
They're tiring.
This is kind of what we really want is a Vile staff, but want a higher base fizz than that.
Good luck.
Pretty sure I'm gonna have to do SSF for Purity. Oh, we get Purity. 7 8. Start running. I'm gonna try Purity out instead of Pride. Just play through.
You getting there?
I think we'll have enough damage from Cyclone and GC, we won't need Pride. We'll see. I've made a private league. If you look on the top right of my screen, SSF Mirage test. So I made a private SSF league today and set it to SSF standards, so no keepers, no tree. Yeah, no problem.
I'll pray for you. Well done. Now be a good assistant and find a place to deploy tower. Highest flame. The blight is reacting.
Those fiends are getting too close to my path.
buy this staff, even though it's block spell damage. It's a high fizz base, and we can craft with this, potentially. It's our best option right now.
Can't do this just yet. seems there's glory in the old empire yet.
You are not. What is that? They call I like dash.
staff options we have.
What's going on?
Not great.
What do you want?
Honestly, we'll roll with that. Is that foiled? Yeah. It's fine for now. Alright, so what we need is ideally a green, blue, red for Cyclone.
You're right. Good luck.
Greetings. Hello, Moana.
That'll do it.
Be well.
Alright. Another league start, beta online, easy. How are you? I don't know about it being a beta. My build is pretty reliable, but I'm doing pretty good. Fortify. Ooh, 31. Okay, fine. 29. Let's cry. I know we get Cyclone as a reward, but maybe I just pick it up now. Yeah.
I can't do this just yet.
Oh, you're ready to be baited by Cyclone. It's a good league start. What do you do for your day job, mate? What's up, Mystic? I design and build flight simulation technology that pilots train on. It's pretty amazing job. Cyclone infused. Alright, we'll have fortify soon. I think we're good. I'm gonna try to wrap purity into this. We need to respec. And yeah. I need to desecrate. For the bossing. Alright, so Cyclone's gonna go here, leap slam, desecrate. I also get a frostblink. That should be super cheap. I don't have any scrolls. Okay. And spec.
Greetings.
We have enough gold. Okay. Definitely want to try to get the mana cost than anything else. And we'll take accuracy. Cyclone's at 1 mana, that's pretty good. We'll run purity for now and see how that feels, I guess. Don't need to run precision for a while.
What's up?
Don't do anything I want.
Yeah, it feels good. Okay. And we are spinning to win. Spinning to win. We'll have fortify on here soon. I just got a level. Oh, then we need like a poacher's mark or something. We need some kind of curse. I'll grab probably poacher's mark.
Dying in battle. The only honorable thing you've ever done, Odysseus.
What a chat. I'm going to be following your updates. This is probably my league start for 3.28. What's up, Mario? I have a lot of content on my YouTube channel. So if you want to see what the build looks like at late end game, doing like T17s and Ubers or, you know, just various iterations of it. But yeah, as long as there's no major nerfs on next Thursday, I'll be posting an update for 3.28. What I typically do is I level my SSF character like this. so I can showcase the build with, like, you know, very limited gear as a 4 Voidstone in the build update video, and then I'll actually show my current league character that lasts like the end game, so people can see different aspects of it. I also like doing an SSF league start test like this every pre-league, just to show people that, you know, you don't need any kind of special gear. You can do, you know, your Atlas completion, 4 Voidstones, T16 farms, all that kind of stuff, without any trade, without any kind of crazy nonsense. And I'm also running this SSF test without keepers, since we're not going to have the tree. At least you definitely won't have it during campaign. Won't be able to use it for gear. I still sound like crap. Hope you feel better. What's up, Chris? Yeah, dude, I'm so sick still. I highly doubt they're going to nerf Cyclone. They buffed it 2 leagues in a row, and barely anyone still plays it as a per skill in the end game. So at the most, they won't buff it. It'll just be as good as it is, which is really good. Or they'll buff it again. But there's no way in Cyclone as a skill is getting nerfed. I would be very surprised. Yeah, this respiratory infection really wrecked me hard. It's been a rough week. I had to telework, and I was in bed most of the week, suffering. I wanted to start this yesterday, actually. I just didn't have it in me until this morning. Yeah, and even then, like, no one's really using General's Cry in like an egregious way, so I don't see that getting nerfed either. So, yeah, there's nothing core to this build that I'm worried about in any way getting nerfed. Yeah, I highly recommend Slayer for Cyclone. It's just the perfect delivery system for Ascendancy. Just makes it feel really good. Actually going to... about to use this. Thanks, Sheik, for the follow. Much appreciated. Thank you, thank you. Wow. Definitely on the lower side of the tree. If you tried to play this as Witch, you'd probably get stretched on points. You'd have to path all the way down. But I hear you. The template's solid enough that you can definitely get really good damage. Alright, I wanted to just get that quick level so I can slot Fortify into our Cyclone setup. And now we'll go do Piety.
So you've chosen to end our affair, Julius. I shall cherish your memory. Don't make this easy on me, Julius. Damn you!
Sorry, people.
Oh, I appreciate it, Mario.
Yes.
It's
See you.
Tread carefully.
I'm actually gonna go pick up Frostblink real quick.
It's so good.
Yeah, going block that's what I really like about my build when I came up with it in 3.25 is adding the Gladiator block. Makes it feel really nice.
An emperor must know precisely where he stands.
I do love this stink of victory.
So as you guys can see, Act 3, you pretty much get Cyclone online, your General's Cry. And pretty much the core of the build stays like this. You're pretty much playing the build now for the rest of the game. Started in Act 3 and you just roll with it all the way through. It just gets incrementally better. going to be looking for now going into Act 4 is obviously some 4 links and just always making a better weapon. It's pretty much what you want to do for the rest of the campaign, is stay on top of your weapon. Always want your weapon to be the best. And if you can get 2 4 links going, you're pretty much set for the campaign. Obviously, you know, a 5 link would be great, but this is SSF without trees, so we'll see how that goes. Ooh, well, there's a 4 link on a base we can roll later. That's actually really nice. Like that. You're going to want your 4 links not to be on your weapon, obviously, because you're going to want to be upgrading your weapon constantly through the campaign. So chest and, you know, whatever. I'd even say, like, don't do it on your chest, so you can keep upgrading your chest for defense. So even, like, gloves. Probably gloves, helm are probably best for your 4 links. That way you can always be looking for better boots for movement speed and better chest for defense. I forgot to grab a curse. Oh well.
Have you ever seen the true face of God in exile? Die! The touch of God! Die in awe! The light of divinity! This world is an illusion, exile. Death regrets an unjust exile. I think we're even now, High Templar. A stroll along a picturesque canal, some time in the mountains. What could be more relaxing?
Take care.
No, this is rude. It seemed to me, Vol, that I just did.
Yes.
It's looking like making a ground shaking Always happy to help a damsel in distress.
I like to go for the instant leech, like I did there. It just helps a lot with, in conjunction with Spirit of War, it helps with our mana sustain. And also just general life leech. I picked that up pretty early. That helps with mana, with Cyclone a lot. Because obviously we don't have access to the benchcraft yet for minus mana cost to channeling skills, and we won't have that until well into maps. I usually just run in blood mode, Scott. You can swap to Sand Stance if you want, if it's like a really rippy map, but I generally just always run blood. We have a lot of inherent built-in defense in the build as it is with Fortify, use channeling, using block to scale skep spell block, and leech as Slayer and a bunch of other stuff. Stacking endurance charges, etc.
Yes.
Until next.
Dash Shred. What do you need now?
Go where you are needed.
What is it?
Purger of corruption.
What is it? They fear guidance.
I once heard a card mention the Island of the Dead. Perhaps this is it.
Sometimes with that leap slam you get stuck in terrain. A little annoying. Cyclone Shockwave is very good for leveling, especially when you're using staffs for block. I think the best combination is Shockwave with Cyclone on a staff like I do, and then Generous Cry for the additional boost for single target damage.
Just be happy that you got a warrior's due.
Yet. Take care.
Yes.
Really wants
Yes.
armor evasion gloves. We want armor evasion as a base, actually. For our Cyclone. For colors, that's what I'm looking at. I might just roll this. I have a crappy helm anyways, and I can put my 4-link Cyclone in here. I don't need to worry about precision at the moment. Blood Rage and Frostwing. And now we can go grab Shockwave. And a YOLO and Alk, I don't really care. 61 life, 17 fire, actually not bad. Okay. Not the worst YOLO in the world. Alright, so I need to focus on... Need to grab a curse and make a better weapon. Always make a better weapon. And we'll go run lab after I kill Doriso, get our first ascendancy. Yeah, you're gonna need the boots, Sheik, before you go to Tumult. So you'll just run Cyclone until you get the boots. Cyclone, in and of itself, will get you all through your Atlas completion, anyways. Obviously, Tumult's just better because it has better AoE and better damage. Yeah, I'm testing out Purity instead of Pride, and the damage feels fine. I think that might be a better play. It helps with your resistances early on, which relieves pressure on gear. And elemental element immunity is always nice, right? It just makes you even tankier during the campaign. And the damage feels fine, honestly. Especially once I make a better weapon here. Yeah, it's a good suggestion. Yeah, between like Fortify, Purity, and Fuse Channeling, I can just pretty much stand in whatever right now. Q-Eception, nice. I don't have a bleed flask yet. Rip.
Your glory will be remembered in song forever, Doriso.
What do you want?
Yes?
Anything else?
What do you need now? Go where you are needed.
But wait a moment. You've done yourself proud today.
Alright, let's go do lab. And actually,
Yes. See ya.
I craft a bleed flask. Yeah, I could do Flesh and Blood. I did Blood and Sand early on just because of Act 1, but I didn't think about swapping it. There we go. Weed flask acquired. Yeah, let's
Yes. Be careful.
let's go grab Flesh and Blood, and then I'll go do or Flesh and Stone, and then I'll go do Lab.
You stand before the gates of the Lord's Labyrinth. Within these walls, the Lady of Justice doth ascend.
Okay, let's go.
It's like perfect timing.
The weary traveler draws close to the end of the path. Some things that slumber should never be awoken. Find your determination. You were born for this. Pity the Emperor who sits alone on his throne. What defines the effigy? What defines the emperor? Are you a martyr? You are inexhaustible. Empires are forged in stone and fire.
Because we take the Eagle Eye early, yeah. Yeah, I'm probably just gonna end up taking the accuracy mastery in a couple levels, and that will get me capped for pretty much the whole campaign. What I should do is put Poacher's Mark in here so I can actually start cursing.
Can afford to be promising.
I keep forgetting to grab that. Should grab that after this lab.
Our throne is the most devious trap of them all.
Copy. Gotcha. Yeah.
Stay.
Yeah, I definitely think purity is fine over pride. Especially once I make a better weapon here. Pretty good.
Delight in your gilded.
Running Flesh and Stone over Blood and Sand once you have access to it.
Before your emperor, you are worthy. Before the goddess of justice, you are judge. No receive justice, execute. Embrace our gifts and rise, ascendant. For this is the ending that we all.
Maybe we get lucky and we get Ground Slam of Earth Shaking. Who knows? Oh. Yeah, it feels pretty good.
What is it?
$83 life is bananas. Colors are going to be a little difficult.
Be careful.
What can I do with this? Can I get green and a blue? I can. A lot of extra life. I might just run vulnerability as a curse for now. One vulnerability. And, yeah. Just do the colors on gear. Full extra damage.
Let's speak again soon.
Go with courage.
What is it, Exile? Go where you are leading.
I'm inside it. The beast itself.
Excuse me.
Oh, Jurist, you're so cute when you're bewildered. My beautiful champion. I knew I could rely on you.
This thing gets more twisted with every step I take.
I'm curious to see what it's going to be like, honestly. We'll find out next week, obviously, when they announce, but I kind of feel like they have to address the ground loot issue.
You
Duty shall prevail.
I mean, arguably Keepers was a crafting league, right? So, I don't know if it's gonna be more of a ground loot type of league
Will get you nowhere.
versus like a crafting league. I do feel like a lot of players were unhappy with the ground loot changes and it affected retention, so it'd be pretty surprising if they don't address it some way. Keepers definitely felt like a crafting league, so
The greatest form. Take comfort.
technically it dropped it on the ground, so ground loot. Yeah, that's funny.
His work is always worth more when he's dead.
You're not wrong. I don't think I can curse deodorant, yeah. Get me one, baby.
I didn't catch a word of what you said to him. That's probably good.
You.
What a pleasure to finally meet you, duelist. You and I will create the most beautiful of...
So basically now we just need a better weapon.
Let us bathe you in blood, duelist, so that this world might be bathed in glory.
Now, exile!
Yeah, I'm looking forward to trade, to be completely honest. I am not all about that SSF life without the tree. So,
What?
Now, exile!
Now, let us see if you truly understand what it means to be Nightmare. You accept the gift of immortality. Accept the gift of immortality.
Spirit of space.
Nightmare is the true eternal. Why are you so in love with death?
It's a strange feeling when the fighting is done.
They all beg you. I go where you are needed.
Yeah, I mean, they're pretty quick usually once they discover something abusing the economy. They're pretty quick about fixing it in PoE 1. Usually. I think they're less concerned with PoE 2 because it's beta. It's not like everything is kind of like, I think they treat PoE 1 a lot more rigidly because everything's fine-tuned, everything's well understood about PoE 1. The balance is pretty good across the board. So they're pretty quick about adjusting things that, you know, every time they introduce something to the game, they're pretty quick about making adjustments to keep it solid. Because the baseline is so well established in PoE 1. PoE 2 is kind of like the Wild West, they just kind of let shit slide for a whole league. I think they're so behind on development in PoE 2 right now, they've got a lot more things they're concerned with than the economy being weird during one of their updates. I mean, half the passive tree isn't even finished, you can't play most of the classes, all the ascendancies aren't in the game, nothing's really balanced. It's kind of like a spaghetti mess. Alright game, give me a decent staff base so I can craft a better weapon. Pretty please. I believe. Beginning to believe.
the ugliness of Ori has finally reached the surface.
There we go. It is a better base.
I should think of something flashy to say to the judges there, so before I kill them.
want to check something out real quick. Grab this granite flask. A decent body armor. 434. Oh, but we do have this. 28 life is tragic, fortunately. Tragic.
Yes.
I don't have a way to fix that right now, do I? Shower, out. Okay, that's better. A little bit more life. Can I get 4 red? Cool. Trying to make Scion Slayer jug work. Possibly, yeah. Wish I had a Regal. I guess I'm just gonna have to do it like this. Now, much better weapon. We have a 4-link for GC. Actually go grab Pulverize for that. If you ever started Flicker, I'm tipped at next league as long as I don't get travel sickness. Flicker is a little too much for me, I think. I'm out of the movement isn't my thing. I thought about playing it, but it's just not for me. I guess I can just do melee fist right now.
Let's speak again.
What's the rest of my stats look like? It's fine for now. 'Cause, 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 have to run one leap slam without faster attacks until it socket colors.
I could hardly hope.
Get rid of this now. Start running you. I think that's fine. It's pretty crazy. Alright. Let's see how our damage feels. See how our damage feels on Templar. Hey, it's pretty good. Damage is pretty good. Yeah, I just ate the beam. Didn't even move out of it. Yeah, we're gonna have to make the swap. Purity is definitely the play, I think, while leveling.
praise the place, but this is just excessive. Whatever happened to a good old-fashioned
Alright, time to knock out Katava. Start the second half of the campaign.
Now seems a good time to question my life decisions. Need to be a little more deft to use this.
I hate this quest so much.
I've never been one for this.
While you be
Time for an arm. spirits are spent. I do love the stink of victory. There's a lady in the town, but this is no fairy tale. I can't do this just yet.
Belief is the strongest metal of them all.
first Chaos Orb. Rich. Well, look at that.
Not you! My life and my work, I shall not suffer this humiliation again!
My spirit is spent.
You shall be remain!
Always a flame.
What's up, Molasses? Cyclone and Synthwave equals winning. Yeah. Pretty good combo. Pretty good combo. Oh, Pantheon, yeah.
Nest. With the road. With the.
Garbage. How I feel about that? It's a lot of extra life. Well, not extra life, but defense. Can I get a blue on here? Probably not. Yeah, okay. Is what it is. How much gold do I have? Could gamble real quick. My worst item. Gloves are shit. Helm is the worst.
Doubt even I could sell that.
Try for a better pair of gloves. Nope.
Happy hunting.
This helm is better.
Time and tide wait for no man. Time and tide wait for no man.
back there. Alright.
I've never dueled a king before. First time for everything.
Yeah, if you think anything in this build is getting nerfed next week, I'd wager money, actual cash. There's not a single thing in this build that's getting nerfed next week. If you think Cyclone is getting nerfed out of any gym in the game, you might be a little delusional about what's popular or broken in the PoE 1 meta right now. Yeah, they've buffed it 2 leagues in a row, and the majority, the overwhelming majority of people that play Cyclone use it as a trigger skill still for builds like Frost. Past a league start scenario, so yeah. Feel pretty comfortable that there's nothing that I'm using in this build that's going to get nerfed next week. I usually get a few commenters like that every time I do this though. They're like, oh, imagine testing stuff before the patch notes. Meanwhile, every other PoE one streamer is testing stuff over the next week. But they gotta think like, oh, let me come into this guy's channel and spread some hate. You think we'll get another new borrowed power? I mean, it's typical that there's borrowed power in the league, so there's no telling. I mean, it seems like the Mirage mechanic is something to do with, like, wishes. I'm thinking, like, I don't know. The trailer made it sound like something to do with genie or wishes or some kind of, like, desert-themed thing like that, so I don't know. Maybe you'll be able to get a blessing or a wish or something that applies borrowed power to your build. I'm excited for another attempt at Cyclone Slayer. I did it in the last BPL race and loved it, but never only got to level 90. Yeah, it does pretty well through all content.
So strong.
I know how much you want to invest into it.
Dedicated. A man like you never disappoint a lady in need. You're a gift, don't you see? A sumptuous feast for His Majesty.
Yeah, there's no telling until they drop the announcement what it's going to be like, but they usually, like, the announcement usually will tell you pretty much everything exactly to expect for the most part. I suspect it's not going to be a crafting league. At least I hope it's not another crafting league. It would be good for SSF, it is though, but I suspect it's going to be more like ground. Like, I can't imagine they're not going to address ground loot and do a league that's more like, you know, ground loot themed. We'll see though.
I believe in traveling light.
Yeah, I mean, what I'll discover from playing this character in this private league this week is what does ground loot actually feel like when I get to maps, you know? But
I'm afraid. Greetings.
a lot of SSF is about crafting gear, not so much what you find on the ground and using it, so yeah. You gotta remember too, like when these guys are talking about ground loot, they're talking about like giga juiced farms that you do on trade to make like 20 to 40 divine an hour, right? A lot of like, if you watch, how can I say this respectfully? When you watch the really good players in this game, right, the ones that are technically good, like say Ben for instance, Ben can play hardcore solo self-found without the tree in the current state of the game with ground loot. And on day 2, he's got like a character online that can trivialize the entire game. So like it all comes down to like, at the end of the day in PoE, it's all about crafting gear. If you actually understand all the mechanics and how to craft gear, you don't really need to engage with trade to that degree. Like, this is where we're talking about two different aspects of the game. We're talking about the economy and trade, if that's what you care about. And then we're talking about the ability to make a build that can actually do content in the game. And if you understand the core mechanics of the game and how to craft gear with the different systems, you don't need to ever deal with trade in this game at all, ever. Trade is completely irrelevant. Doesn't matter whatsoever. And most of the crafting you do is using things like harvest juice. It's using things like essences. It's like not, oh, I found this item on the ground with these stats and I'm able to use this item. That's not what PoE is. That's, yeah, it hasn't been that in years and years. A lot of the ground loot complaints, from what I understand, is like, oh, I can't make insane money anymore with these farm strats because they nerf the drops. Yeah, but you're thinking about making money. Once again, you're thinking about making money, Chris, like in a trade perspective. That's not. There's two different ways to play this game, right? There's trade, economy, I want to make money. And then there's like actually understanding the game and being able to make gear using the crafting systems and not ever have to deal with trade or worry about that. Better players understand how to do the latter. Like, you're a better PoE player if you never have to use trade and you can make everything in the game because you understand the core mechanics. And then trade is just additional revenue on top of that. But there's a lot of people in this game that don't know how to craft gear, so they rely on ground loot and drops in order to make money to buy pieces of gear because they never want to care to learn how to craft stuff in this game. Yeah, I understand. I'm just saying that the complaint with ground loot is not that you can't have good gear in this game. You're like, it's about making money in trade. To me personally, as like me as a player, I don't care about that because I like SSF. I can understand if you're a trade player and that's a concern because trade sucked this trade sucked in 3.27 because ground loot was nerfed and the tree made rare drops useless because, you know, the tree was printing insane gear. So I understand that trade was not a good experience this league. I don't care about that because I'm not a trade player usually. I usually play SSF or hardcore, other things, like, but I can understand why people are concerned about it. So I'll be interested, like, because I want to play trade in 3.28, I'll be interested to see what they address for that in the announcement video next week, because, you know, I will have to engage with trade and try to make money. But, yeah, but to me, like, ground loot, I don't care. Like, I don't care, because, like, I'd rather play SSF. The only reason I probably won't play SSF is because I don't like grinding 6 links, and the tree made that easy in 3.27, but I kind of like this helm. I'll be curious to see what it feels like playing this character though this week, because without the tree, we'll see what crafting gear is like in SSF. I haven't played a serious SSF run without the tree in several months, so it's a different type of beast when you have to like craft your own 5 and 6 links and get decent gear using the mechanics outside of the tree. So I have to remind myself what that's like. And I only have like 5 or 6 days to do it, so it's a different type of going about the game. Especially on SSF. It's a lot of grind and a lot of farming resources. Because I think there's more respect from people if I show a character that didn't use the tree at all, and how far you can get in an SSF run. Because there's going to be a plethora of players that will be like, oh, well, you got giga juiced gear from the tree and trivialized the whole FSS experience, and you're not going to be able to do that on 3.28. So you'll notice like a lot of people that are testing right now are not using the tree in their test runs. At least I looked at a couple streams today, and people are just, they're doing what I'm doing. They're treating the tree like a mechanic that doesn't exist right now. Right, but we don't know what they're going to do to the tree. Once again, you're assuming the tree is going to be as good as it is right now. The tree may require an insane amount more graph blood. The tree may not print rares as nice as it used to. The tree may have even worse drops for uniques. It is not common for GGG to keep a mechanic in this game and for it to be as good as it was during the league that it was in. I can't think of a single mechanic in this game that's as good as it was in its parent league than how it is right now. The womb gifts? Yeah, so I just don't want to test something and be like, yeah, this is kind of what it's going to be like, and then they drop the announcement trailer, or better yet, you actually play with it in 3.27, or I'm sorry, 3.28, and then you spec your full atlas into the tree, and it's absolute garbage. They always nerf the mechanic when they reintroduce it back into the game. I was having this conversation earlier with Benny. Like, Settlers is good. Settlers is fine. There's nothing wrong with Settlers. It's a good way to generate passive income. Settlers is incredibly terrible compared to how it was in Settlers League. Settlers was far more powerful as a league mechanic in Settlers, right? You could send ships more often. You got better stuff from the ships. You had insane enchants you could put on your weapons at the forge. It was like you can't even argue how much better Settlers was in Settlers League. And that's just how this game is. So I'm not going to test something and mislead players and then like, oh yeah, the tree is garbage, or yeah, I gotta like, you know, play 100 hours on SSF to get enough wound gifts to be able to get a decent base. It's just... I thought about it like after we talked yesterday, and I was just like, yeah, I just don't want to do it. And I knew that it would make leveling this character and playing it more difficult without the tree, but I've done it multiple times over the last 2 years, so I've leveled this build more times without the tree on SSF doing test runs than with the tree, so... Yeah, but it was incredibly broken, right, when you got it? Because that's usually how that goes. That stuff was... that Tormented was in crazy broken. Yeah, the whole point of me doing this SSF test is also to show the character at its lowest power level, right? You don't have access to trade. And I don't want to use the league mechanic when it's going to be nerfed. It doesn't matter how they nerf it, it's going to be nerfed. And we don't know until we see it. I did the same thing with Mercenaries. When I did my SSF test run in Mercenaries, I didn't use a Mercenary. I did a run without Mercenaries, just like I'm doing a run right now without Keepers. I think it's a more honest way to approach the, you know... No, I hear you. It's just, my confidence in GGG keeping a mechanic good when they re-implement it is just a lot lower, I guess. My experience in this game is that it's not going to be that good at all. And maybe within a few leagues they tweak it to be good. But, yeah. Or it's going to be one of those things where... it could be like this, right? It could be that Keepers is still good in 3.28, but you need an entire Atlas tree of dedicated points to it, which means at that point you're in red maps. So you're not even using the tree until red maps, you know? And then once again, like I think I was talking about this earlier before you came on, the trees, the real benefit in the tree was getting access to 6 links early on in SSF. That was the real benefit for me. And some like decent bases. But by the time you're in red maps, you already kind of have all of that. So then all you're fishing for in red maps is, you know, a good base that's fractured with high quality or something. And those are like, yeah, like you said, the provisioning tree or branch of it isn't that good. So that the real benefit in the tree is actually using it during the campaign and using it for easy 6 links when you get to maps. That was the power of the tree, 100%. I'm not going to be able to do that. Even if I played SSF in 3.28, by the time I think the tree would be able to help me with that, I would be well into red maps and already have decent rare gear.
Dodging it was no easy. Till next time.
Yeah, someone made a comment earlier. I think the tree could be, I think the good money making potential with the tree might actually be in making bases to sell in endgame. Like have it print really good fractured bases or quality bases that you can just sell passively. But that seems like a pretty lame farm mechanic. At least in my head. Like, there's other ways I'd like to farm money in this game than just like roll bases on the tree after farming 70 maps to get the womb gifts. That just doesn't sound fun at all. Yep. I have a lot of doubts about the tree being good at all, like in any way possible, week 1 of 3.28. And if it does have some value, I think you'll see it after a league start scenario. I would have more fun playing Ritual than just rolling bases on the tree as an in-game strategy. I'm more interested in seeing what the new league mechanic is going to be and how you might make money off of that, to be honest. Ooh. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's Mirage. I'm wondering if it's going to be like Delirium, and it just causes this effect on the map you're running. Or something like you were saying, yeah. Monkey Paw sounds interesting. As long as the downside isn't build breaking, you know, like the downside all, you know, your cold damage does nothing or something. Yeah, as long as it's not stuff that breaks builds, I think I'd be fine with it. We do go for max block, Ivorn.
Practice makes perfect.
Yeah, we do defense in a few different ways, but attack and spell block is one of them on this build.
My spirit is spent. That's two for me, artist.
Yeah, I don't know what they would do for Cyclone. Would be interesting to see a new variation. A spell would be interesting because then you could do a lot of weird stuff with it.
There is a fine line between consideration and hesitation. The former is wisdom, the latter is fear.
The only way I could see it being lower DPS is you did some kind of like deck stacking build. But, I mean, the gem itself just inherently does more damage than regular Cyclone. It's just a more powerful DPS gem.
My spirit is spent.
Yeah, I think they want more people to try out Cyclone. Just nobody's biting in mass. Yeah, I could see regular Cyclone being a lot faster, obviously, but the gem itself just doesn't do more damage than Tumult, even if you convert both of them to full LE. I'd be curious if you have a POB for the build and we were to cycle the 2 gems out and take a look.
Turn away the tyrant's face, and kingdom end without weeping. I wonder if this means Helen is available.
Well, it was a wand league. I don't think they're going to keep the wand stuff around for 3.28. They typically like to change up what the archetype of a league is going to be, so I don't think wands are going to be the thing.
They threw one. Yes, there's an egg.
Wasn't it Bow League, like, before Wand League? Bow League was pretty recent, right? Like, 3.26 or 2.7, I feel like. Oh, 3.27 was slams, yeah, tectonic. It might be a bow league. It wouldn't be unlike GGG for something not to get nerfed right away. Yeah, it's just numerically a better gem. So if you convert the two, the full LE, there's just going to be more damage. Yeah, they might triple tap it. Be unfortunate, but that's how it goes sometimes. See, I really don't mind the speed issues with Stampede and Cyclone of Tumult. That's why I tell people you can play regular Cyclone if you want. It's just less damage in AoE. It's typically not that expensive. It's usually like 100 chaos to 2 divine on league start. It's very easy to pick up. Hello, Synovix. There's no bow league. Very long time. 3.25 if I remember correctly to this league. Yeah, maybe it's a bow league then. I gotta address the mana cost of Cyclone. It's just bugging me right now. We're gonna spend a little bit of points here. And bring it down. At least by 1. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's very affordable on a league start. It's usually one of the first things I pick up. I usually have it literally day 1, day 2 on trade. It's all about making trades, selling as much as you can.
Greetings.
Yeah, you're not going to really see Stampede be more than 1.5 divines, maybe 2 at the very high end. The first 2 or 3 days. It's a very affordable piece of gear.
I was never one for you. And I'm still not.
Yeah, like I normally have a whole quad tab set to like 2 chaos on day 1, and I just dump all my rares in there. I don't even look at shit, I just ID it and dump it in the quad tab. If I get a bunch of pings, it's worth something. Bots still check that stuff to get a heads up.
Hail.
Yeah, I pretty much do the same thing.
Or the balcony.
You gotta remember too. Thanks, Paulino, for the follow. You gotta remember too, unless the new league mechanic is incredibly broken. 1,300 followers, thank you guys. Unless the league mechanic's really broken with rares like the tree was, rares are gonna probably have more value on league start. The tree made stuff worthless, but depending on this new league mechanic, rares might have value again the first 2 days. So stuff like rod crafting will probably be profitable again in the short term. Rod crafting is really good at making money. You know, you make boots, rings, necks. Everyone wants rings, boots, and necks with life, resistance, and movement speed. Doesn't matter what the build is. Doesn't matter. Everyone wants life, resistances, and movement speed on day 1, 2 on their gear. So you can use ROG to craft gear with that. It'll sell no matter what. Every build wants it. Even ES builds want it because they don't go full ES on day 1 or 2. They're playing hybrid. I think when I played trade several leagues ago and I was streaming, I made a ROG item for like 4 or 5 divine day 1. It was just nice.
I believe
My guy dropped a bunch of staffs. Holy moly.
I feel like
On my website, I have Atlas planners for what I do the first couple days, but they're designed around SSF, not trade. Yeah, Gwenin is pretty much dead.
The Mary Lane is ready to go. I'd consider that a win.
Whoa, ho ho, 264. And we can craft attack speed on it. What is this craziness? Look at that weapon. Nice.
Keep your life to your own.
Yeah, I'm hoping Crypt comes through with some decent changes to T-17s. I hate T-17s. I don't enjoy them at all. You think Gwenin should have Foulborn items in her pool? I think the problem with Gwenin is you have Faustus now, and Faustus is just better than Gwenin. They gotta figure something else out. Yeah, I just really don't like T-17s. I don't like how much work you have to put into managing them to run them. Always be upgrading your weapon guy. She needs a different pool of items. Yeah.
This goddess of lust better be worth it.
To be honest, I think Expedition could use a bit of a polish at this point. Like, if the tree is still good at making deterministic rares, why would you want rod crafting? And Faustus is better than Gwenin, you know? Yeah, destructive play, you'll actually see me doing it, not today or tomorrow, but probably Monday or Tuesday when I'm streaming. I'll be doing destructive play simply because I need the maps, right, to get my void stones. And it's very good at doing destructive play. I typically hold off on my last 2 void stones for a bit, but I do, obviously, you know, SSF, I'll have to do destructive play to get good map pool for that, so. It's usually my last Atlas tree I throw together. All my SSF starter Atlas trees. My least favorite act in the game. Hands down.
Another one for you.
Good.
Hello, hello. Not bad. Not bad at all. Doubt even I could sell that. don't know what you don't know now, do you? What have you got for me?
Alright. My least favorite act in the game. Let's go. I have a Atlas. I have a destructive play Atlas tree on my website, Chris. It's not going to be a fully optimized one though with scarabs and stuff because it's like kind of SSF based, just generating boss maps.
After that, I need a bath.
Yeah, typically what you do is you want to run something like Silo, where multiple bosses spawn at the end, or the boss has phases. So when you get to the end of Silo, for instance, you kill all the additional bosses that spawn, and then you leave the map before you kill the map boss, and you can just chain run Silo over and over, and you get the all the additional bosses from it. And then if you want to like try to maximize, I don't know, I really enjoyed silo strat like that. And then what you do is you juice it. When I did it, I juiced it with scarabs so that all the maps, I got map return for silo. I set up my atlas so that I was getting 8 modded corrupted silo maps from running the map itself. And then I was also getting like a T17 basically every other map. Well, you're doing it for the boss maps that drop from the additional bosses, and occasionally like awakened gems and stuff. That's what you're doing it for. Destructive play is about generating those boss frag maps.
Tell me something.
It's PoE 1. That's what this is.
Be careful.
Yeah. Yeah, typically I just sell the boss maps. I don't actually run the maps for the frags. You know, the whole point of it is the whole point of destructive play is to generate frag maps. And then occasionally you get like awakened gems, you get like woke gems and stuff because it's Maven witnessed. But the best way to make money with it, in my opinion, is to do what I was doing, where you increase the likelihood of getting T17s to drop, because Fortress is what everyone wants to play. And you run Silo over and over. You sell the boss frag maps, you sell all the Fortress maps that drop, you sell the woke gems when they drop, and you get sustain on the... And then you're always getting back like 8 corrupted silo maps to sustain your pool. Oh yeah, the invitations are also pretty good too. Ugh.
Honorable deaths. Practice makes perfect.
Watch yourself.
can't do this just yet.
leave to learn how to make open pose work and you already half the story mode? What's up, Ball? Yeah, we just got to Act 9.
You owe your
Let's go do seconds lab real quick.
Justice will prevail.
Because why not?
The weary traveler draws close to the end of the path. It is the sovereign who empowers the scepter, not the other way round. Make your mark. You were born for this.
Popped him
Sweep the
too quickly.
trappings of past emperors aside. Make your empire anew. Let us say the goddess, what ambition. Empire must be built to weather any storm. Aspirant can afford to be promising. An emperor must keep. Our throne is the most devious trap of them all. Be singular of purpose. You are free.
Yes.
Alright, now we can start Act 9.
Can't do this just yet.
I choose hate.
Keep your word or lose your head.
Yes?
Gear is starting to look pretty decent for getting into maps. We just need a better weapon. If I can get a weapon that has like 350 to 400 PDPS going into maps, and we're solid, baby. I'm gonna save my gold up a little bit. We'll gamble in Act 10 a bit. I don't get something by then.
I can't do this just yet.
Or the balcony.
Also, I think I might want to try to fit in precision now, so ooh, we can actually do something fun here. Which is what I want to do. What are the odds that I can hit blue and a green?
Well,
That's a flask.
Yeah, you can go like almost 1,000 delve on this easily. It was tested in 3.27.
You need help with something?
Practice makes perfect.
Just to use this piece of shit.
First map, guys. Our very first map.
An emperor must bear two blades. Hope in the left hand, surety in the right.
I can't do this just yet.
Something I'm doing different here that's not in the POB is because I'm playing SSF and I won't have Stampede for a while. I'm taking some additional strike range for my Cyclone, just so regular Cyclone has a little better AoE. I do this in SSF just to make Cyclone feel a little bit better AoE wise. If you're playing trade, this is not necessary because you'd be getting a Stampede relatively shortly and you just have the better AoE.
Trothus, how I miss you. Here I go again.
Who? Need your aid.
Something.
Percent Slayer Coal is so good. Every time I see it pop off on a boss.
You're well. Ready. Well. I see you.
The thing, this neck has really low life, but it has 300 accuracy on it. That's kind of huge right now because my hit's starting to go down a bit. We give up a bit of life, but we gain a decent chunk of accuracy. I'm actually going to make up life on my belt right here now. This only had 20, this has 120. And I can still craft a resistance on this, so that's pretty good. SSF life, man, gotta make it work.
What are we shipping today?
Sorry about that, guys. I was just ordering some lunch. Should be here in an hour, and I'll take a break then. I should be in maps at that point. Alright. Can we get a better weapon?
Yeah, even I could sell that.
You.
If it is done.
By the time we're through, no one will be able to tell you.
Even nightmares make
I'm afraid
Artemo, a little more.
I just...
Artemo, a little. I can appreciate you're starting to figure it out. I can see it in your eyes. But there's more going on.
Hail. An emperor must know precisely where he stands.
Yes?
Order's going.
I actually lag a lot in D4. I don't know if anyone has this problem. When I would play D4, like whenever I would zone from zone to zone, I'd get incredible like rubber banding. PoE occasionally I get some latency issues, but it's pretty stable for the most part. I'm very sick. I actually had a respiratory infection this week, and I was teleworking, and it was pretty bad. Actually hurts to speak right now, so I'm being pretty quiet on stream.
Greetings.
All good, young. I hope you feel better too. Yeah, that's why if you guys see me occasionally stopping a lot on stream in town and stuff, it's because I'm like blowing my nose and sneezing my mic off, so I don't think you guys have to hear all that. Okay. We're gonna go knock out Bathhouse. Trial. And then go do our third lab. And then go kill Gatava. Yeah. We'll grab some ground slam gems just in case we get lucky. ASMR time, yeah.
Allow your wisdom to be tempered by them.
Alright, let's grab some gems. I'm gonna pull up PoE Lab for this too. Okay.
Ascend with precision. Let the day dawn, golden with possibility. The pursuit of power can be.
Alright, well, we got double enchant, so maybe we get lucky.
I can't do this just yet.
The weary traveler draws close to the end. Complex machinations converge to a single act of power. Finish this. My goddess, what ambition! Even the grandest designs can be dismantled.
Didn't even break a sweat.
Dark influences reside in dark places. When the time comes to strike, an emperor strikes without hesitation. The essence of an empire to entertain must be shared equally amongst all its citizens. Receive your sentence. You are inexhaustible. The sovereign leech leaves but a husk for its descendants.
Yes and yes. We play Slayer Shockwave Cyclone until you get to about yellow or red maps, then we drop Shockwave and we do a Cyclone setup with General's Cry, and we scale and pale. It's all in my POB.
Orbit's going.
This is a private league that I made today. Oh my gosh. What the heck is that gauntlet? This is a private league I made today, about 6.5 hours ago. Fresh character, no resources. It's SSF without keepers, no tree, no league help. And it's doing just fine. There, Dark Shrine here. There is... I already got twice blessed, I'm just gonna push. Alright, then we want middle.
Trap of them all. Stay your destination is more dangerous than the journey, Ascendant.
Keep in mind the tree is not going to be like a part of the campaign, so you're going to have to spec into it on the Atlas, so it won't really be there while you're leveling a character or while you're getting into maps. So it won't be like you're getting free 6 links just by doing the campaign or getting easy gear and white maps. You're probably going to have to spec fully into your Atlas, and you probably won't have probably won't be able to realize the potential of the tree until you're well into yellow or red maps. And that's not knowing if they're going to change anything with the tree in and of itself yet. But we'll see. Leap slam of groundbreaking? What is that nonsense? We got it, guys. We got it. Look at that. Alright. It's easy. This game is easy. Never lucky. Start leveling that up a bit. Alright, let's go kill Katava. My food should be here soon. I'll take a lunch break, and then we'll do some mapping for a couple hours. Pretty good, you know, I've been playing this character for just under 7 hours, so that's about my average. Usually it takes me about 7 hours to level a character. And I actually feel pretty good about this this attempt because we didn't have Tree to help us, and I'm incredibly sick right now, so it's hard for me to focus. I feel like today has been a pretty good leveling session for SSF. Yeah, yeah, I was lucky, Rosalind. That's fair, and welcome back. I wonder if I have Old Breach in Standard. I never even checked. Like in Standard, do they still have Old Breach because they haven't done the Breach rework? Wonder what their Atlas tree looks like. Okay. Interesting. Could be fun for XP farming later on this character, but I'm not going to be able to... I'm not going to have long to play this guy. We're probably going to do Blight initially, try to get Stampede. And then at some point I'll have to segue into Destructive Play to farm boss frags for the other 2 Void Stones.
Come on now, don't got all day.
I shall strike you down.
Yeah, I'm kind of fed up on Breach myself. I feel that. I always do a SSF playthrough. That way when they drop the announcement video next week, as long as there's no nerfs to the build, I will showcase this character off as a SSF character with limited gear, 4 Void Stones. And then I'll show my 3.27 character for like the high-end, mid-max, you know, blasting content version of the build. That way people can see a fresh, recently leveled character with no trade or no assistance. Also using no tree in this test private league. Just so I can give people both sides of the build to look at in an update video. In the infinitesimal chance that they actually nerf Cyclone, I'd go from there, but yeah, they're not going to nerf Cyclone. Also testing out my POB to make sure that it flows well, especially for newer players. Gym choices make sense. I change my build a lot during each league, so. They've buffed it the last 2 leagues, yeah. I highly doubt they're going to nerf it. Nobody really plays Cyclone outside of a league start situation. Not like meta, so. But yeah, what the fuck am I testing, bro? Is like the fact that I actually enjoyed running Purity of Elements through the campaign instead of Pride, and it made the character feel even better. 0 deaths through the whole campaign. So I test things out like that, and then I make tweaks to the build to try to make it as nice as possible for those that want to play it. Alright, let's take some life here. Oh, I've had somebody else today. I wonder if they go in every PoE stream over the next, like, several days of people trying stuff out and say, hey, what the fuck, you know? Because, heaven forbid, I want to make changes to my PoB over the next few days and optimize it. Because there's, like, what, a 0.05% chance that GGG nerfs Cyclone, so I'm pretty sure we're going to be okay. But yeah, we'll get several of those comments over the next few days, for sure. Yeah. They always do. It's just trolls, you know? I'm just feeding the trolls a little bit right now. Alright guys, campaign, pretty smooth. We did it with 0 deaths. I will be updating the PoB because I think running Purity of Elements over Pride was a much smoother experience for the leveling process today. I know, right? Heaven forbid we're having fun, copying the builds and complain how bad it is later because they don't understand. Yeah. So I think running Purity of Elements is the play during the campaign, and we'll fit Pride in later when we need the damage. But you get so much damage just from the setup that you don't need Pride, and this made it feel super comfy leveling today. So I'll update the build for that. Also, I'll be making recommendations that if you do play SSF, without the tree, gambling with Faustus is definitely the play to get decent weapons throughout the leveling process. I was able to consistently get decent Fizz weapons today, just spending some gold at Faustus. So, alright, I'm going to have some lunch, guys. I'll be back in about 10 or 15 minutes, and then we're going to do maps for a while. So that was Purity of Elements over Pride. And we ran Flesh and Stone over Blood and Sand. Awesome. Thanks, Chris. Okay. We want Shipyard from Kirak. So, do I do one last round of gambling to see if maybe I get an even better staff? So I have 4 Chaos now. I could re-roll the Fizz damage on this and get potentially another 25%. I feel like this weapon is fine for now. Better to gamble on a few more levels when I get a better base. Alright, our first map. Let's see how this goes. Thanks, XL, for the follow. Look at all those maps. Welcome, welcome. Never played Cyclone. It's a pretty fun skill. It's if you've ever played Whirlwind and Diablo, it's the same concept. Just never done it, yeah. What do you normally play? Oh, okay, Warpath. Yeah. That's CPOC. Gone through multiple phases, minion cuck, bow cuck.
Very valuable.
Hey, we already got a blighted map, look at that.
Baby now.
Yeah, I played Cyclone for about 2 years now, pretty dedicated, and I've had a lot of fun with it, but
Confusing.
I'm also the type of player where I'll play the same build over and over. I played minions for like years and years. It depends. So I went SSF for 3.27, and I was trade in 3.26. It just depends on how I'm feeling. I'll probably be trade in 3.28. But I always do a playthrough on SSF like this right before the next league, because when I do an update video next week, as long as everything's okay with the build, I like to showcase a fresh leveled character in a private league. SSF is like the low end for like Void Stones and T16 completion, and then I'll showcase my actual 3.27 character to show like the build at a higher end. People can see different levels. And also to show that the build's perfectly fine on SSF and can do... Yeah, so this is a build that functions perfectly fine on SSF. But I'll see how I feel in 2 weeks. Yeah. Yeah, unless they fix, like, to me, like, trade is nice because as I accrue, like, additional revenue, I can get things that are just, like, very hard to get on SSF, right? But I also don't like really playing trade. I don't like dealing with the constant, you know, async trade made it a lot better, but I do like the chillness of SSF and playing at your own pace. Setting your own goals. Yeah, ground loot's pretty bad right now. What are the pain points? Well, it's very weak against degen. So, I mean, Slayer Leech is nice, especially when we get our 4th ascendancy, but like, things like Shaper Beam, Maven degen, it feels really bad on this build. So that's probably the most noticeable thing. Once you get your roomies and you start scaling your spell block with attack block, you feel pretty tanky. So between like endurance charges, max spell and attack block, Slayer Leech, high armor, the build feels like pretty tanky, but degen is the one thing that I'd say is the worst thing about this build. And you just learn to play around it, so you learn to be better when doing like Shaper or Maven, things like that, or you just die. Eventually, once you scale the build into like the very late game, there's a lot of stuff that you can base tank, but yeah. Yeah, I mean, unless you're scaling your life leech into the thousands and thousands, you're not gonna out leech. You're not gonna be able to face tank a Shaper Beam like early game. Other stuff that might feel a little weird. When you're bossing on this build, to supplement our damage, we use General's Cry, so you kind of got to get used to placing Desecrate near bosses so your General's Cry spawn. Eventually, we scale into pure Cyclone with an Aura setup, but that's in like the late in game. And then obviously it's not a meta build, right? So whatever is going to be amazing in 3.28 that does like 800 million damage, this isn't that type of build. So we run Shockwave while doing leveling. So right now I'm running it with Fortify and Infused. And I'll keep running Shockwave until about yellow-red maps. And then once I get a 5 or 6 link, I'll segue out of Shockwave because our General's Cry setup with Ground Slam of Earth Shaking is going to do enough AoE damage around us for clear with mapping that we get better DPS support from other support gems. Well, yeah, if we wanted to have no defense, yeah. But, I mean, there's going to be a meta builds out there, Chris, that are going to do insane damage and be incredibly tanky. This just won't scale like those. But that's why those eventually get nerfed, right? So I just point that out because for some people, if it's not a meta build, they're just not going to play it. So yeah, but was it like a wet noodle? Yep. That's not a meta build then. Yeah. So I get what you're saying. You can scale the damage. I'm just saying there's going to be a build in 3.28 that's fucking insane, that does insane damage and is incredibly tanky, and that's what everyone's going to play. And ultimately, if it's not that, they're not going to want to play it. So for some people, that's just a deal breaker. That's just how it works out. Oh yeah, it'll be a hell of expensive. But that's what people chase, right? That's all they care about. Is it meta? If it's not meta, you know. I think for now I'm going to path into this, and then once I fix intelligence, I'll respec all this to make it better later. I think what he's referring to, Exile, is like being able to do the content but not have to do the content. Like just stand there and take damage from everything. Yeah. Like, I'll have it in my build update video this coming week, but I have it, if you go on my YouTube channel, Exile, same name, I posted a final 3.27 update video, in which case I showcased this build doing 100% T7 Delirium. So, that's the kind of stuff he's talking about, with lots of investment. If you so wanted to, like, do that, you know. I don't particularly like doing that stuff, but I showed it off as like, hey, you can.
Hello.
Yeah. Oh, I hate T17s too. Excuse me. Yeah. There's still certain mods I would roll off on T17s just as they're annoying, but...
Hello.
rather well.
Yeah, and the chestcraft actually isn't that bad. I did it on Furisha on a Cyclone build I was playing. It cost me about 7 to 9 divines for all the mats to make the chest. That was like day 3 of Furisha, so as the league goes on, it would probably double in price.
Greetings.
There's a good chance as a melee enthusiast you might already know how to make a chest like that too. I think he's looking at it from an SSF player's perspective. It's not so much the steps involved, but like it would just be more difficult on SSF because you have to farm everything, do the craft. Whereas the rest of the gear is pretty straightforward to craft on SSF. I just got to maps. We're on tier 2. I just finished the campaign not too long ago. Took a little lunch break. What tier maps do you start to worry about bad modifiers? Probably red maps, to be honest. But the build scales pretty well into that kind of content. Yeah, I mean, can't leech is probably the only thing you gotta worry about. Maybe reflect Ellie. My weapon has like Ellie damage on it right now, so you probably want to avoid that too.
Hello.
Tragic, that life on that chest.
Yes, sir.
Another call. I'm headed over there. Closing fast on a vehicle that matches the description. That report party. All units go to condition 2. Pilot into a rig. Stand by. I'm gonna try to get in front of this guy, slow him down. Yeah, 16, 10.3 with the pursuit.
It's tooth for the follow.
Hello.
You can also elevate for the attack crit on the other piece if you want. You don't have to, but if you want like the higher attack crit chance, you could elevate that piece too. Yeah, pretty much. I think I was muted, but I was saying you might want to also elevate. You can also elevate the attack crit on the other piece if you want. That with the higher attack crit. That's up to you. But yeah, then you welcome. Hope you don't feel prefixes. You can do a Hinakora like he's saying, or you can just YOLO Reforge Caster.
Ahoy there. Our fortunes grow.
Yeah, it's not bad in trade.
Onward. I can't do this just yet.
It's the point of SSF though. Everything is a lot more work. It's so much more rewarding. Yeah, the elevation is probably the worst part on SSF for sure. I'm going to be doing some crafting videos, Juan, in the next 2 weeks before the start of the league. One will be on a weapon to get you through T16s. Another will be like an in-game weapon.
I can't do
key now is using recombinators to make the base.
That's a flask. That's a flask.
Can we hurry this up?
Yeah, a lot of things in this game are just like throwing enough numbers at it. I feel like my first death is probably going to be doing ritual when I don't have any chaos resistance. This feels appropriate. Appropriately dumb to be doing this right now when I have no chaos resistance. Yeah.
Just cracked that I got the meds, dear. Too bad.
I was hoping to avoid this hunt now.
Oh, guess I was better as a merchant than a fighter.
Go on.
Violence is part.
No, but I haven't died yet on this run, so I'm just kind of like, you know, wanting to see how long I can ride it out.
I can't do this just yet.
Oh, June? Yeah.
Witness the start of a new world order. This is not good. If you can't.
I'm going to kill you, Giannis. Just not yet.
That's a flask.
The touch of God. Shrink not from God, the light of divinity.
I did, yeah. Maybe I do some betrayal farms in trade in 3.28.
Greetings.
Mana reduction rings, yeah. Did you get an honorary bachelor's for understanding betrayal? Yeah. I still don't fully understand betrayal. I've never really done it as a farm strat to put thought into it.
Greetings.
Do the XP testing? Yeah.
I can't do this just yet.
Next week, if they're not changed, I just want to run normal 16s with 5 times paranoia. Yeah, if I play trade, I'm 100% not doing T17s unless whatever changes are coming are amazing. I have absolutely no desire to run T17s. I had fun doing the 16.5s. Probably run those.
Greetings. Hello.
How's the trail? Got my eye on you.
I can't do this just yet.
Greetings.
What are we shipping? Not bad. Not bad at all.
not bad. Not bad at all. Happy hunting.
I can't do this just yet.
What's a crash?
Yeah, I'm like super tempted to play SSF again in 3.28. I had so much fun doing it in this current league. Even right now in this like private league, I'm having fun. So you play SSF exclusively, Exile, it sounds like. You've been saying the last couple leagues. Several leagues. Is Bestiary just the best way to get a 6-link? Black Morgan now. What is the best deterministic way to get your 6 links? Because that's the thing that made... That's what made... That's what made the tree so good for me. So how do you do it with Tujin? Teach me your sorcery. Full expedition tree. And blast super fast maps. Okay. And what are you just buying from Tujin? Just lots of fusings? Or are you hoping to get an... Can he give you an omen? Is that just ritual specific? Okay. Gotcha. So you just farm a ton of bubblegum currency. How long does it usually take to get the fusings to 6-link doing that?
Hello.
Oh, you just spam fusings until you get the 6 link. Oh, you just do logbooks for it. Okay. Maybe I do that this league. I'm really tempted to play SSF. We'll see. And you need... I'm gonna need alts anyways. If you play SSF, you're gonna need it on trade too, because the best way to make the in-game staffs to recombo bases, and that's gonna require several thousand alts, so... yeah. Breachy. It is possible on this build to do 4 stones easily with 5 links. So, I mean, you could do it with 4 links, to be honest. But 5 links will make it nice. Getting 5 links is easy on SSF. Fusion's never failed you. I'll try it on this playthrough. I'll do Expedition on my first tree. I normally go, I might do, Expedition, Harvest on this first tree, and then Blight on my second for farming Stampede. And you just oh, I set up a specific destructive play tree just for doing the second set of stones. Usually my first tree is like Harvest and fucking ritual mobs. It's usually Harvest and Expedition. I usually do Blight and Ritual on a second tree for funsies, and then I usually do a third tree that's, and some essences, and then I do a third tree that's like, spec'd around destructive play. But I don't rush 4 stones, typically, so... Yeah, I thought about doing Heist also, because of the replica Witchfire. The Stampede is the more important thing, and I don't know I've been told Stampede is easier through Heist, but I've got quite lucky getting it through Blight. And didn't pay me to do Blight, yeah. Yeah, the replica is nice, but it's not game breaking. The Stampede is like the important thing. So the question is it easier to get it through Blight or is it easier to get it through Heist? And I feel like probably Blight in the time that I have to play this character versus YOLOing Heists. I don't have a lot of time to play this character over the next couple days. I'm not going to be able to run like 100 blueprints. And I need anoints. Can you still anoint the replica? Yes. I don't know why I clicked that. Yeah, you can still anoint the replica. Yeah, I think Heist is definitely the play. I agree. For regular SSF players, because they can farm both. I mean, the build is designed around playing trade at the end of the day. If I'm playing SSF, I'm probably going to just spec the gems on Arcanist brand for double curse, or I'd worry about getting a replica fire to get it online. There's certain choices you're going to make. When you're playing SSF, you're not going to follow my POV exactly. You're going to make some pretty big deviations. Yeah. Like, if you're playing my build on SSF, you're gonna make deviations. You're not gonna follow it as exactly because it's not trade. People are dummies. Well, that's why I'll tell people you can play my build on SSF, but, you know, yeah, you gotta be flexible.
Long day. The job never ends.
I think someone did the math on it, and getting replica Stampede, I think is like 200 or 300 wings of blueprint runs on average. It can be very RNG running Blight to get it. So I gotta update the POB wand. One of the things I tested today with leveling this character is I'm actually running Purity of Elements over Pride. So I think the play is actually run Purity of Elements all through the campaign and through early mapping, and then we fit a Pride in for more damage later when we need it. Depends on what type of bleed build you want to play. It was most content viable in 3.27, so I don't see why it would be any different in 3.28. Only content that doesn't feel good on this build is Legion, because we don't have like screen-wide AoE. I have an update video on my YouTube channel where I showcase doing 100% Delirious T17s and Uber Pinnacles on the min-maxed version of the build on trade. With the so with the POB here, with this 96 loadout, you should be able to easily do T16, T16.5 farms, you know, juiced T16 farms, you know, blast the Atlas, 4 Void Stones. And then with a setup like this in the end game, yeah, you're doing like whatever content you want, you know, like 100% Delirious T17s, Uber Pinnacle bosses, just stupid stuff. My biggest thing for this league will be getting a good staff early. Yeah. I'll have some videos out in the next 2 weeks before league. Some crafting stuff. Yeah, we're not using Storm Shroud anymore. That's what we get the Purity of Elements. So it's a little bit less expensive. It's even more affordable. And yeah, you're going to want to recombinate to get a decent weapon.
can't do this just yet.
What's a fast?
Drain!
What's this piece of shit?
Greetings.
Not bad. Not bad at all.
Pleased with yourself. Feel.
What's a fast? Just produce this piece of shit.
I can't do this just yet.
Did Cyclone get buffed? It got buffed the last 2 leagues. I played my build today to make some slight changes to my leveling trees and my POB after some testing.
Hello.
I like to use Frostblink and Leap Slam, but if I have to choose between the two, I'll choose Frostblink, especially when I'm Cyclone of Tumult, because it doesn't break our stacks. Yeah, they gotta sync up, Ivorin. Battleground Slam of Earth Shaking for the bleed. The only time you ever log into standard. That's funny. So you guys were talking about crafting a decent starter staff. Is it just going with the flat fizz or increased fizz from? Yeah. But to get that, you'd have to recombinate just somewhere 2 magics, right, that have Flat Fizz and Fizz Hybrid. Or one of each together. And then you're just praying that the what do you think would be the best way? Do attack speed as a suffix and do attack speed as a suffix and what? Flat Fizz? And then you multi-mod on the increased Fizz? Then you recom on a 2 prefix weapon. So just so I'm getting this straight in my head. Probably need to watch that recombination video. Okay. So you recom those two together. Okay. And you're praying that. So then you're praying that the result. Yeah, it's a double recom. But you get T1 flat, T4 increased, and T1 attack speed. It's pretty good. I mean, if the math is around 1,000 alts, that's pretty damn doable. I mean, it's definitely the way to craft. Everyone uses it now. It's just cheaper on average. Yeah, but it's also trade, Chris. They can buy a staff too. You know what I mean? They don't have to craft it. A 700-ish PDPS staff is not expensive on trade at all. Like, you buy it on 6-linked, and then you buy the Black Morgan and 6-link it. It's incredibly easy to do. Like, most players are just gonna buy the gear. You know what I mean? They're not actually gonna craft it. Yeah, Giga Weapon? Yeah. Surely. Hey look guys, old school breach. Old school breach.
Or the Valkyrie. This piece of shit.
There's things about the breach rework I like, but I am pretty much over it in general. I'm over the walls and the fortresses, and I don't like really any of that. I don't think anyone does. They like the fortress? Masochist. Masochistic.
Hello.
Ah, what a... Oh, wish I'd kept that one.
can't do this just yet.
It's this coming Thursday. I don't remember the exact time, but Thursday this coming week. 26.
can't do this just yet.
Greetings.
What have you got for me?
No, no.
Return soon, yes?
Regal. I'm just blowing gold on trying to get a somewhat better staff. I don't need something crazy. I just want something slightly better without doing any real crafting while I'm just blasting maps.
Practice makes perfect.
I refuse.
Alright, seen a bit, Chris.
I can't do this just yet.
Boy looks scary. That's a fact. Just a fact.
Actually, I want to go through here. Rip. I'll fix that later.
Greetings.
I can't do this just yet.
Hello.
stupid name! Let me beautify you!
I can't do this just yet.
Absorb. Drain.
Greetings.
I'm gonna stretch my legs for a few minutes, guys. I'll be right back.
can't do this just yet.
This piece of shit. This piece of shit. That's a bounce. This piece of shit.
What does the no tree mean, guys? Is tree unlocked later in maps now? No, so for this playthrough, Bob, I'm not playing keepers, so I created a private league that's SSF without keepers, since keepers isn't going to be available during leveling in early maps in 3.28. You respect my decision to spend $12 for more accurate representation? Yeah, I do it every league, so I did it in 3.26 and ran a non-mercenaries league for 3.27. It's going to be like something you have to spec into on your Atlas tree, right? Like I'm playing on standard right now, so it still has breach here. So I imagine there'll be the new breach nodes on the tree that you'll have to go into. So you'll start to encounter it during the campaign in Act 6, but it'll be like any other league mechanic that you can encounter. Like maybe you'll see it once or twice during the campaign. And then when you get to maps, you're going to have to heavily invest into it on the Atlas tree in order to do it as a mechanic. And that's also not including any changes they're going to do to it, which I'm sure there will be changes to it. They'll announce during the demo next week.
God?
I can't do this just yet.
This piece of shit.
Oh, joy!
Greetings.
consider that a win.
Alright. Finally got a little lucky. It's gonna suck losing the attack speed. But does that work out to 4 or 9? What's that actually work out to? Damn, that's such a good solid weapon that I have. Well, that's 630 total DPS. That's including the fire damage on there. This is an actual 409 PDPS. We'll test this out, but I think this will feel better.
What have you got for me? More wealth is always a good thing.
I agree, the tree loot printing is power creep we don't need. Yeah, it's definitely OP early on in a league, for sure. Alright, let's see how this feels damage-wise. Ten- 15% attack speed is crazy though. When do you usually run your first lab? I usually do it around mid-30s. I hold off a little bit. I do it like usually... Actually today I think I did it pretty early. I think I did it at Act 3. I can't remember. I usually do it either the end of Act 3 or sometime at the beginning of Act 4. But that's just personal preference. Some people go really early. I don't know if this will kill me or not. I don't have a lot of flat LE on my gear, so this might not kill me. We'll find out. Yeah, we're fine.
Or the balcony. Thank you.
You gonna try it at 31? I think it'll be fine at 31.
Orb of scouring.
Back when I did VFOS, I ran it at 28. Well, everything felt good with VFOS, right? So. Rest in peace.
Hello.
I hate this map so much.
Hello.
There'll be time for that soon enough.
Hello.
I'd consider that a win.
Yeah, Cyclone will always have its heyday in 3.17. Remember, remember.
Didn't even break a sweat. I can't do this just yet.
I refuse.
I died of being an idiot here. 100%. Taking all the damage.
Can't do this just yet.
An emperor must bear two blades, hope in the left hand.
Die! The touch of God!
Protect!
Die!
What kind of is this piece of shit?
Greetings. Farewell.
Orbital's going.
Can't do this just yet.
Hello.
Godslayer. Stay vigilant.
Greetings. Hello.
Alright guys, it's been about 10.5 hours. Pretty long stream. Pretty good day today. We leveled through the campaign. Got a third of our Atlas done. Tomorrow I'm going to be looking to push into red maps, start to get my void stones. We'll do my trial. Just keep pushing the build, see how it plays on SSF without the tree. Old school. But yeah, I had a lot of fun today. It was a pretty good leveling experience. And yeah, thanks everybody for tuning in. And I'll catch you all later.